Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Tonight, I am going to be finishing a book and I'm going to be starting a book. And I'm probably going to put up a poll again, like I did last time, as to which of two books that I have in mind that I'm going to start. But if you're still curious or wondering, I'm still reading Year of Wonders. I'm at the tail end of it. I think I only have like 30 pages left. And I was actually planning on finishing this prior to these sprints. And then I just did other things. So, for example, as any spare time that I had today, I was out walking and I ended up walking over 6 miles. So, obviously, that would have been perfect reading time, but I didn't do that. So, I'm still going to be reading this tonight, but I am going to be finishing it hopefully early on in the sprints because I am really excited to see the way that this is going to end. This book has actually surprised me quite a bit as to just how much I like it. And I can definitely, as of right now anyway, recommend it, even though I haven't made it officially to the last page. So I'm going to save the books I'm thinking about as a surprise for you all until I've gotten done with this, and then I'll let you all vote as to which is going to be the next one that I'm going to put up. And yeah, so this is just a chill time. Grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you, depending on what the temperature is in your home. We actually had a pretty nice day today, which is the reason I was able to go out walking, but I still had to wear multiple layers by the time I was like at the very tail end of all the walking I was doing, though. I was just hot and I was exhausted and I was just ready to be done. So I did eat dinner. I had a Barker, quit it. I had a naan and hummus and red onion, green pepper, arugula, and feta, like flatbread pizza thing. And it was amazing. It's something super easy to whip up at home, and it's very filling too, which I appreciate because it's a healthy option to eat. And so for the rest of the evening, I'm planning on just drinking water, and I'm so out of it right now because of how tired I am that I accidentally got myself two different waters. So good for me, I guess, for my plan to be extra hydrated. You should definitely stay hydrated. So if you don't have any water right now, go and get some. And with that, I am going to go over to the comments and I'm going to see who's here and how everybody's doing. So Swank was here first. Hello, Swank. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy World Puppetry Day, happy Common Courtesy Day, and happy French Bread Day. Those are very interesting things to share the same day, but happy all of those to you as well. And Robert's here. Hi, Robert. Robert says, I'm currently reading The Unworthy by Agustina Bazterrica. And hello, Room. And hello, Alex. Let it be known for the record that I am not part of the room. I am a separate entity from the room. And Swank says, I'm reading Maple Sugar and Magic. That sounds like a cozy, is it a fantasy mystery? Definitely has to have some sort of fantasy element. Didn't know if it's like a romance or something. And Lily is here. Hi, Lily. Lily says, hi. I'm reading Shield Maiden by Sharon Emmerichs. Very nice. Is it pronounced Emmerichs or is it Emmerich? That can't be right. Got to be Emmerichs. And Elena's here. Hi, Elena. Elena says hello, Alex, and hello to you as well. And Skeleton is here. Hello, Skeleton. Skeleton says, hi, everybody. I'm really bummed that I missed Macaron Day yesterday. Oh, I missed Macaron Day as well. And to be honest, I haven't eaten that many macarons in my life. I could probably count on one hand the number that I've ever had, but they are quite tasty when you get a good one. Skeleton says, I'm going to eat breakfast and start on a steampunk's guide to the apocalypse. That sounds like a lot of fun. And Nicole is here. Hello, Nicole. Nicole says Wednesday it was 70 last night in the 20s with snow. I'm ready for the temps to regulate. Yeah, that's the reason right there why March is my least favorite month of all of the months. You would assume that it would be January because at least in the United States, January is the coldest month, but I understand January. I know what's coming. It doesn't mean that I like it, but I know what's going to happen. March is one of those months that just constantly toys with my emotions, and I get sick of it by the end. But I've actually been doing really well this year of not getting like cabin fever, if you will, during March because I've been getting out and I've been walking so much that my normal like seething hatred that I have for this month has been much under control to the point where I've actually been having a pretty good time. That's amazing because I didn't expect that to happen. It is on average right now, though, surprisingly, given how cold the winter has been, March has been warmer than the average temperatures were last year in March. I don't know if that's going to continue, but I'm not mad about that anyway. Robert says, hashtag water. That's right. Stay hydrated. I'm going to take a drink. That's good. All right. Heidi says, hello, I started my first Philip K. Dick, the 3 Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch and S.G.J.'s Buffalo Hunter. Hunter? That's a long title if that's the title of just one story, but very fun. And I hope that you enjoy your PKD, Heidi. I have yet to read any Philip K. Dick, but I know that I'll probably like him when I do. My first thing I plan to read of his is probably going to be Childhood's End. So we'll see how that goes. And Nicole says, I'm reading the Revenant Games and the Kurosagi Corpse Delivery Service Volume 2 Omnibus. That sounds like a really fun time. I like the sound of that second one. Caitlin's here. Hello, Caitlin. Caitlin says hello. And Swang says, cozy mystery. I don't do romance. Got it. Okay. I was just double checking. And Angel says, hello, everyone. Reading The Spell Shop. Yay! Woohoo! Everybody get ready for April. Have no idea how that one's going to go. It's the biggest wild card of the year for our book club picks. So I hope you end up liking it, Angel. I have yet to pick it up myself. And Elkie is here. Hello, Elkie. And Elkie says, hello. I know that feeling very well when you're walking and you're just so over it, you get cranky. I was honestly having a really nice time on the walk. My biggest problem that I was having this time was one, I was under a time constraint because I needed just to get back to my desk because I didn't want to be gone for very long. But the other thing is that starting on, it was either Monday or Tuesday, I was sitting at work and I stood up just to like go walk around, and all of a sudden I got this pain in my right shoulder blade that came out of nowhere and I had no idea what was happening. Well, it progressed so badly that I actually couldn't hold my head up all the way. So like right now I'm doing really well because I'm holding my head up on my own, but to give you an idea what it was causing me to do was I was like this just the whole time. Like I couldn't go any higher than like right there, and I'd have to go back down. And so I've been like working to reduce, I must have like some sort of inflammation that's going on right now on my shoulder, and it was traveling up my spine. And so I've just been like trying to take it easy and not do anything too strenuous. I'm very bad about that because I'm somebody that, especially if the weather's nice enough, I just want to go outside. So here I was, first day this week where I was like, hey, the pain's pretty manageable. I'm doing pretty good. And I go out and I decide to do 6 miles, which is not the smartest decision. And I would not recommend that anybody else ever do that, because by the end of it, that's the main reason I was just kind of ready to be done, is I was hurting. And I got home and I took some leave and, was able to get myself situated. So it wasn't anything too horrible. And I still definitely feel better than I did earlier on in the week. I'm just hoping that I didn't cause myself like a relapse in my progression. And, it's going to take even longer now to feel better. So wish me luck. If I did, it's my own damn fault because I'm impatient. And Caitlin says, I don't know what I'll read, if anything, but hope to maybe start a new book. All right. Well, very cool. It's always fun to start new stories. Skeleton says, I used to have a friend who had a macaron business, expensive, but so worth it. Ooh, that's a cool friend to have. And Heidi says, also, we'll be watching Dark Winds tonight. I did not realize season 3 started. I have never heard of that, Heidi, so I hope you have a good time. And Robert says, Keaton, I was going with beef bourguignon, but you already ate. Hashtag Keaton out of a job. I promised I was going to cook tonight, but I promise Keaton still does bring me food, and he's very generous about it. And Rebecca says, hello, everyone, reading The Forbidden Stone by Tony Abbott for middle grade March. First in the Copernicus legacy and enjoying it. Very nice. I have never read The Forbidden Stone, but I have heard the name Tony Abbott. So I'm glad that you're enjoying it so far. And Heidi says, Arthur C. Clarke. Oh, dang it. You're totally right. You were totally right. I absolutely messed that up. Duh, my bad. I'm trying to think. Philip K. Dick was the one who wrote Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which got turned into Blade Runner, right? Oh, wait, I should have just finished reading your comment. You said, wrote Childhood's End. It's a must read. Dick is famous for Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. You literally just said that. Okay, cool. I'm glad I did know that. I just didn't say the right one. So thank you for that, Heidi. Skeleton said, oh, that sounds so painful. Yeah, I don't know what caused it. Honestly, it might be that I have been very active recently. It also could be because of stress. I was talking with like Keaton and my family and some friends I have at work, and they all seemed to think that it was stress induced because I just was dealing with a lot this week. And you all remember last Friday, I told you I was like, I got a bad call about work, and they carried with me over the weekend. And by the time I got to Monday, come to find out that the information I had received wasn't true. And I didn't even need to worry that entire time, but I had been like a knotted, ball of nerves for an entire weekend. And it's possible that that caused some inflammation in my back. And it also could just be because I've been like using my muscles so much because I've been going outside a lot. I really don't know what it is, but hopefully it gets better soon. The only pain medication I've been able to take that actually touches it is Aleve. Ibuprofen and Tylenol don't do anything. And Heidi says Dick's prose was a real swag, or has a real swagger to it. I like it, but it does remind me of Mad Men and the way he portrays women. Very dated. I've been ignoring it as much as I can. Yeah, that is the really unfortunate part about old science fiction, classic science fiction, is you just have to accept that all of the main characters are men. All of the women are, if there are even female characters, are probably people that need to be saved or only mentioned on paper but don't have any real purpose to the story. I don't know. It sucks. I completely agree with you. And if you want to enjoy the book, you're right. You just have to accept that that's the way that the book was written. And Elkie says, that is a lot. I tend to walk around 4 miles a day depending on my day. That's really good. That's awesome that you stay that active. I love it. In the warmer weather, I definitely enjoy going outside a lot more. In the colder months, I can't stand it. So here I am, I'm like trying to work my way back up to being outside more. And when I was going out and walking, I was doing on average like 2.5 to 3 miles. And I was doing pretty well. And then for whatever reason today, I was like, well, I know I have back pain, but we're going for 6. And I can't even say that I really intended to do 6 miles because I didn't. I just kept walking. So here we are. And Robert says, Phil K. Dick rode Valise, Ubik, and Scanner Darkly. Oh, that's right, Ubik. Yes, I do. Do I have Ubik? I think I do. I do. Hang on. Let me show you guys this copy of Ubik. This is cool. This is my Ubik copy. Isn't that fun? It's really nice. I never would have picked these colors for a book, but somehow they work together. Let's see. All right. And Heidi says, that's so funny. Alex, you just described the modern sci-fi book, Sun Eater. The women are still cardboard cutouts. Well, I mean, I can't say that we always move forward with things. Certain authors, especially those I bet who cut their teeth on older sci-fi, probably if they're men are going to be inclined to write stories in a similar fashion, given how popular they were, and they just don't really think anything about it because that's what they were reading. So I wouldn't necessarily assume that a modern author who did that was doing it out of like any sort of malicious intent. I would say that that's probably just what they knew. Not that that's great, because it's not. I would just take a guess that that's probably why. Elkie says, make sure you rest properly. Too much walking can definitely mess you up. Be kind to yourself. Thank you. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I do need to be. When I told Keaton that I had gone out because he was worried about my back, and he texted me. He's like, I've just been thinking about you, and I hope that your back's been okay today. And I was like, yeah, about that. And he was not happy with me, and honestly, he has every right to feel that way because, again, I'm super stubborn and I don't always take the best care of myself, and I need to be better about that. Heidi says, yeah, when you read Ubik, I will read it too. Okay, cool. And Skeleton says, I was going to go to the Bernie AOC rally today, but my Aura ring said no. Well, it must have been for a good reason. And Angela's here. Hello, Angela. Angela said, hi, Alex. I got whiplash in an auto accident in 2012. 18 months of therapy followed. It was funny when Dick Van Dyke had it on TV. Not so much for me. I'm so sorry. My mom went through that. She was in a really horrible car accident as well, where she was going down the highway, full highway speed, and this Jeep with two people pulled right in front of her while she's just going down the highway. And she hit them so hard that she actually turned the Jeep over on its side. And she obviously completely totaled her car, had to be taken to the hospital in an ambulance, which, as far as I know, is the only time my mom's ever had to be in an ambulance. And yeah, her head was like strapped down to a board and everything, and she has had problems with it ever since, although there were some points in time when the pain was way, way worse, and other times where it's pretty manageable. Unfortunately, right now, my mom's in a point where it's more manageable, and I hope that that continues on for her. So I'm sorry that you went through that. I'm glad that you went to physical therapy, though. Skeleton says, I made the mistake of reading Arthur C. Clarke's The Defenestrations of Ermintrude Inch. Wait, Ermintrude Inch. It's a short story about a guy whose wife talks too much, so he pushes her out of a window. That sounds more like a horror story than a sci-fi story. That's weird, and I don't like that. Oh no. Well, on that note, we can go to our first sprint. We're going to do 45 minutes. And I just realized when Keaton gets home that I am going to have him also make me some coffee, because he makes coffee every night. And I'm going to look at him and be like, I would like some coffee, please. Because it really helped last time. Last time I was like half falling asleep during sprints. Just because I just felt like, I guess, a long day. I can't even remember exactly why I was so tired. I just was. And that coffee woke me up. So I'll be drinking some coffee again tonight if anybody wants to join in. Angela said, those muscles in the neck are nothing to play with. I still have problems occasionally, but physical therapy gave me my life back. Yeah, I think that's really great that you went, because some people don't go to physical therapy and then they never really get better because they just live with that injury forever. And I know people who have done that. They just don't take care of themselves after an accident. I'm really glad that you took care of yourself and you put yourself first in that way. So that's great. And I will also give you all your first question. Let's see. I guess because Swank said it's what was it, National like Puppeteer Day or something. I'm going to say, do you find puppets creepy? Do you find puppets creepy? Yeah, Swag says, "Happy World Puppetry Day." So there you go. You can argue in the comments as to whether or not a puppet is inherently creepy. And I got 45 minutes up on the clock, and I'm going to wish everybody a very happy sprint, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. My book is ending in a way I very much did not expect. I'm on page 289 of 304, I believe. What's the total number of pages here? Yeah, 304. So during the next sprint, I really do hope to finish this. Also, Keaton made it home safe and sound. So I got to have like a very quick exchange with him, and so he could have dinner, and told him everything was all prepared and whatnot. So was happy about that. But yeah, before we left, I asked you all the question, do you find puppets creepy? Let's see what you have to say. Angela said, I'll be reading Peter Pan tonight. This book fulfills all the middle grade March prompts for me. Yay! That's exciting. All in one. Heidi says, oh, yes, puppets and dolls. Sometimes Luke plushie. Sometimes Luke's plushie will go off without the button being pressed, and it freaks me out. Talking Tina is one of the scariest Twilight Zone episodes. Oh, the them going off without pushing a button reminds me of when I had, you all remember like those iDogs that you were supposed to connect your iPod to them and they do like little dances and their lights and colors would change. Well, I had one, and I guess like when the battery starts going out on them, they'll just set themselves off, and it used to scare me pretty bad too. Skeleton says ventriloquist dummies are super creepy. Marionettes can be creepy, but are not inherently so. Hand puppets generally not, unless the puppeteer is intent on that. Okay. Yeah, ventriloquist dummies, I agree with you. Like, I think it's the mouth movement, and a lot of times, they have like teeth, and they're meant to look very lifelike. I don't know. Marionettes being on the strings, the fact that they just kind of like lay there and don't do anything until like somebody picks them up. I don't know. I mean, you could say the same for all puppets, but there's just something about knowing that they're tethered to the strings that is inherently less creepy than the ventriloquist dolls. I don't know, maybe it's because I grew up watching Jeff Dunham, and I think Jeff Dunham's dolls, I mean, he makes all of them, and some of them, like Walter, look really like they look realistic, and that kind of bothers me. I don't really like it. Hand puppets, yeah, I feel like a lot of hand puppets, whenever I think of one, I'm thinking of like a little sock puppet, or like some sort of like little dragon or a dog or something that's like an animal. And I don't think animals are as creepy as like little puppet people. I think puppet people are a lot creepier than puppet animals. Heidi says, Angela, I just listened to a fantastic middle grade March audiobook called Bloody Jack. I loved it. Oh, that's a cool name. And Carissa is here. Hello, Carissa. Good to see you. And she says, hey guys, it's been a hot minute. You said, I will be reading Outlander. Oh, very nice. Awesome. I hope that you enjoy it. And Heidi says, oh, yeah, a very famous fantasy book surprisingly had a marionette. It was a nice, quirky surprise. Heidi said, Carissa, you're always reading my favorites. Book 3, Voyager and Outlander series is fantastic. And Skeleton says, the puppet episode of Angel was such a strange blend of amusing and creepy, which just made it even creepier. I've never heard of Angel, so that's cool. Swing says, I love puppets, have since I was a kid. I have also been a puppeteer. I've always wished that puppets were alive and animals could talk. I think that's really cool. I've never met somebody who's actually a puppeteer, so I love that. And Carissa says, I wanted to catch up to Coda and Nicole. They are currently reading this series at the moment. Very nice. And Caitlin says, I'm fine with puppets. Don't hate, don't love them, but I loathe the porcelain dolls. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Krista says, I honestly think it depends on the puppet and what the purpose of the puppet is. Yeah, I think a lot of like older dolls, like porcelain and whatnot, they are inherently pretty creepy. Puppets, I don't know. I feel like whenever I think of like an old timey puppet, I kind of automatically think that they look like little jesters. I don't ask me why that's what comes to mind. It just does. And I think that's part of the reason why they feel creepy to me. Like if they didn't have like this like a weird sneer or just something about them that inherently looked kind of mean, I don't think that I would dislike them as much, but I just end up thinking of like little jester puppets. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. And Kathy says, hi. Just got done serving food at the shelter. That's so nice. Welcome back. Having dinner, then reading Museum of Thieves. Very nice. And Robert says, I like puppets. In Japan, puppet theater is called bunraku. I've never heard of that in Japan. I didn't realize they were big on puppets. That's cool. Swing says, skeleton, that was my favorite episode of Angel. And Zach is here. Hello, Zach. Zach says, hello. I finished Sunrise on the Reaping by Suzanne Collins this morning, 4.5. That's good. And haven't picked a new one yet. So you get to make the difficult decision of finding out what you're going to read next. Elena says, finished reading my 2 books yesterday, The Haunted Mansion and The Murder in the Cookbook Nook. Awesome. Good job. You said, and it was a great book choice for me. I loved it so much that I will be in the magical world. Nice. And Zach says, hey, I really like Bloody Jack too. I like the sequel as well, but haven't continued yet. And Skeleton says, I read the first chapter of A Steampunk's Guide to the Apocalypse and the introduction to the second edition, which came out in 2012. It feels weird to be reading this as our country collapses. Oh. Angela says, Heidi, I'll check out Bloody Jack. And Elena says, oh, you're also sprinting on your channel right now. Very cool. Skeleton says, Angel was a Buffy spinoff. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And Zach says, a good adult series, similar series like Bloody Jack is The No Man Is Her Master by Lee Swanson. Okay, very cool. Thank you for that recommendation, Zach. I'm sure some people will take you up on that. And with that, I am going to give you all your next question, which, let's see. The next one is going to be, would you rather never be able to go out during the day or never be able to go out at night? I'm curious to see what you all have to say, because I know my answer is an immediate one for this one. I wonder if other people are going to be the same. And I will get us started on our next 45-minute sprint. So be sure to think about your answer to that question. And I'm going to wish you all very happy sprints. See you all in a bit. Oh, and Robert says, hit the like button. Thank you, Robert. Oh, and Zach says, I'm not scared of puppets. Inanimate objects cannot harm you. That is true, but that doesn't mean they can't be creepy. That's the question, is whether they're creepy, not terrifying. And I think that they are kind of creepy in some cases. All right, I'll see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on. Oh, that's why I forgot I have. Hang on. Because I have the poll pulled up on my other screen, I have to go in through the YouTube site, and I often forget that my volume is on to be able to like hear myself in loop. So that's what that was for a second. Sorry you heard two jingles. Anyway, welcome back. Hope you had a good sprint. I finished Year of Wonders. I highly recommend this book. This was an extremely interesting read, and honestly, it had wonderful character development, which was not something that I was expecting at all. And it kind of hit out of nowhere at the end of the book. I was like, oh, great, character development. So, yeah, I definitely will read another book by Geraldine Brooks in the future. And if I had to pick the next one to read, I'm probably going to read March, since that is like her perspective on the father of the March children from Little Women going off to war and what his experience was like at war. And that one was the one that she won the Pulitzer Prize for. So I am really interested in picking that up at some point now. And now that I have finished Year of Wonders and I give it 5 stars. That's that good. It's a good book. I have put a poll up for you all of what book I am going to read next. So be sure to vote. Your options are The Golden Spoon by Jessa Maxwell. And this is a murder mystery that takes place because of like a reality cooking show, which I think sounds like a really fun premise. This was recommended to me by a couple different people, but I know actually she's not on today, but Magnolia would 100% vote for this because this is like one of her favorite books ever. So I will get to that. It was actually sent to me by Kat. So even if I don't read it now, I obviously will eventually get to it. But she mailed this to me because she didn't want this particular copy anymore, and she highly recommended it as well. So those are the two people I've gotten recommendations for this book. And then the next one, because I'm a huge fan of TJ Klune, is his latest book that he came out with, and that's The Bones Beneath My Skin. And this is the story of a young man named Nate who he's lost his parents. He has a really bad relationship with his brother. He just lost his job, and he ends up moving back out to Oregon to his parents' cabin. And he discovers that there's actually somebody living in the cabin, or rather 2 people, a man named Alex and a young girl that's living with him who goes by the name Artemis Darth Vader. And I guess Artemis has some sort of special powers. I think, based off of what I know about this, it's the potential that it's like an alien story, like she's an alien from outer space type thing, which I think sounds like a lot of fun. So also super interested in reading this. Also, I'm just, because of like my joy of hiking and everything, and remembering my trip to Crater Lake, the fact that this is set in Oregon like kind of takes me back out to my trip too. So both of these I think would be really great choices right now. So I will give you all through the, well, if I give you all through the next sprint, then I'm not going to start either of these. So I have to figure out if I want to do that, or if like just waiting until the end of this chat. Because I wouldn't mind taking a little bit of a break. We'll see. We'll see. It'll at least go through the end of this chat. But anyway, before I left you all for that last sprint, I asked you all the question, would you rather never be able to go out during the day or never be able to go out at night? Let's see what you all had to say. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. See, Heidi said, Zach, I'm going to listen to The Curse of the Blue Tattoo, Bloody Jack 2 very soon. You guys talking about this sounds so interesting. Skeleton says, but how do you know which ones are inanimate? And Heidi says, Zach, Talking Tina hangs out on the stairs and trips Telly Savalas and kills him. Oh boy. Swang says, personally, I'd say never go out in the day, but my mental health chooses never go out at night so I can get that vitamin D. Yes, okay, thank you. That is my big thing too. I have to have sunlight. I love to be out in the warmth of the sun. And if I could never go outside during the day, especially during those like horribly bitter cold months when like all I'm craving is just warm sunlight, I think I would lose the will to live. I need to be able to go out in the sun. So yeah, that's my choice. And Skeleton says, I guess I'd save money on sunscreen if I couldn't go out during the day, but I don't like driving at night, so I guess I'll go with being inside at night. Okay, there you go. Zach says, I'll take not going out in the day. I could thrive as a creature of the night. All right, we would be polar opposites then, Zach. Not that I don't like nighttime. Nighttime is where a lot of like peace and quiet is. And I appreciate that because you don't have the hustle and bustle of the day. But if I had to choose one of the two, that's why I would pick the day. And Heidi says, night. I cannot drive at night, so rarely out at night now. Okay. And Swag says, I just finished my book. Yay. Awesome. Carissa says, I would rather never go out at night. All right. Zach says, I want help choosing two for her storyathon. I could read Agrippina, the Most Extraordinary Woman of the Roman World by Emma Southen, or The Six by Laura Grush, first 6 U.S. female astronauts. I would pick The Six because female astronauts are dope. So that would be my choice. I mean, both of them sound really good, but my vote's for The Six. And Elena says 148 pages in 9 chapters read and 39% into the Paramedics Forever family. Nice. And Skeleton says Agrippina, though they both sound interesting. Zach says, or another option is Ti Amo by Hannah Orstavik, which is literary fiction from Norway. It does sound interesting, but I'm still going with The Six. Emily. Hi, Emily. Emily says, hello all, starting Concussion by Jeannie Marie Laskus. I'm having really horrible difficulty tonight with names. So sorry. So it's Jean. I've never seen a spelling for, unless it's Jeanne. No, that can't be right. It's got to be Jean. Jean Marie Laskus. The book adapted into a movie starring Will Smith. Oh, okay. The one about football, if I remember correctly. Okay, that sounds cool. You said never go out during the day as long as dusk counts as night. We'll let it count as night. And Angela says, I've already given up going out at night. I don't see well enough to drive at night. Night blindness, they say. It's a total blackout if it's raining at night. Oh boy. Then yeah, I completely understand why you don't go out at night. That sounds like a good, safe bet. Krista says, I also made it to chapter 9. Nice. And Elkie says, I have severe social anxiety during the day. It's too busy, so I choose at night. I already stay inside all day anyway. Okay, there you go. That makes perfect sense. Kathy says 100% I need to be in the daytime. I need the sunshine. I need to go on my walks. And for me personally, the daytime just makes me happier. Yeah, that's how I feel too. Especially in the summertime when the days are really long, that brings me a lot of joy because I just like to feel like I have a lot of day to enjoy. That's another big bummer about the winter, and I think that's why most people end up having a hard time with it, is it's not just the cold, it's how much night there really is. And Emily says, Zach, agree, The Six. Okay, got 2 votes for The Six, Zach. I'm going to go pop over and look at my... Okay, so far right now I've got 14 votes, and the Golden Spoon is winning right now. So that's cool. And Angela says, safer for others. Well, safer for you too, because if you can't see, you equally can hit something and get hurt. And Zach says, okay, The Six is the longest, but it seems to be winning. Long books are nothing for you, sir. You'll still finish it in like 2 days. So yeah, it's winning right now. Winning, yeah. Woo! And just so you all know, I'm happy with either of these choices, so don't worry about like trying to pick which one. Just pick the one that either you have liked personally or you think sounds the most interesting. Just go with that. So I think just so that I can have something to start during the next sprint, even if I don't get that far, because I can tell I'm tired. I actually need to check on if Keaton made any coffee. I just realized I haven't checked on that yet. And I need to see if he enjoyed his dinner. But I am going to go ahead and go with the Golden Spoon because that appears to be the one that's winning right now. Oh, wait, okay, yep. Okay, we just got another vote and the Golden Spoon is still winning. It's at 53%, and the bones beneath my skin are at 47%. So I'm going to go ahead and end the poll here, and I will start the golden spoon. So thank you very much for your vote. Oh, that's sweet. It's got Kat's name in it. Just in case any of you were wondering, I did genuinely get this from Kat. There it is. I love that so much. And I'll have to go ahead and take this cover off because I'm one of those people that takes the dust jackets off of my books when I'm reading them. And just a nice plain, just nothing special underneath, but it doesn't appear that this is too super long. And I'm not reading any of the words on the page, I swear, because I don't like to read the end before I know what happens in the story. Okay, so there's 272 pages. So not bad at all. And I will go ahead and get us started on the next 45-minute sprint, and I will also get you all your next question, which is going to be, would you rather, oh my God, how did I mess up that again too? Okay, okay, wait, there we go. Would you rather only be able to talk to your pet, or for your pet to be able to talk to only you and everyone thinks you're nuts? Okay, those are your two options. You only talk to your pet can only talk to you, and everybody thinks you're crazy. There you go. And Zach was like, spoon! And Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Good to see you. And she says, hi, Alex, and hi, chat. Pause to hydrate, snack, tell us what it is because we're nosy, check laundry, take meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, make sure you're subbed, and ring that bell so you can hopefully get notified. Thank you very much, Christina. I appreciate it. I will take this moment to take a drink. Hopefully you all will as well. So refreshing. So delicious, that water. All right, and I will go ahead and get us started here, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy sprinting. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Made it to page 16 in The Golden Spoon. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather only be able to talk to your pet or for your pet to be able to talk only to you? And everyone thinks you're nuts. Let's see what you had to say. Heidi said, easy, crazy talking to a pet. Everyone is a little bit crazy anyway. That is so true. And I would have to agree with you. If there was any way that with Barker, like as he got older, he would be able to tell me if he was having any issues. You know, he could be like, I'm feeling arthritis, I'm having stomach pain, I'm hungry. Like if you've ever had a pet where they're trying very clearly to tell you something and then you have to like almost play charades with them trying to figure out exactly what it is that they're needing. I would love to be able to bypass all of that and for him to just be able to tell me exactly what he's looking for and for me to be able to communicate back to him why he cannot have all the food that he wants all the time. That would be great if I could convey that, because sometimes he makes me feel guilty that I don't let him be as fat as he wants to be. And Swang says, my pet speaks to me. We could have some great conversation. Screw what people think. Yeah, that's true. You could. You absolutely could. And as long as nobody else was around, nobody would think you're crazy anyway, right? And I mean, you're going to be the main one talking to them. So that seems fine. Skeleton says, I don't have any pets, but I choose to talk only to my pet. Pets are great listeners, and most of the humans I know can read. Are you saying most of the humans? I don't know what you mean by, and I don't know what you mean by that last sentence, Skeleton. Sorry. Zach says, Defo have my pet talk to me. I don't care if people think I'm crazy. Intellectual rodeo clown from outer space is already the personality type I adopt. That's great. I love that. I would love for somebody to have some sort of like wacky adjectives like that to describe me. I don't know what that would be. Angela said, I'd rather my pets be able to talk to only me. Let everyone assume I'm nuts. Who am I trying to impress anyway? Yeah, there we go. We got a bunch of people who just really love their pets and just want to be able to talk to their sweet little animals. I don't really know anybody, I think, who wouldn't want to be able to talk to animals. It would be pretty cool. And we are at almost to the 3-hour mark, which means that we're at the last 2 sprints of the evening. So my question then for you all is, would you like your 45-minute sprint first, your 30-minute sprint first? Just put in the comment 45-30 or 30-45 to let me know the order that you'd like to go in. Also forgot to mention, I did get my coffee. So while I wait for your answer to come in, I'm going to take a sip because I'm hoping that that'll help me wake up for our last 2 sprints. Swank says 45-30. Perfect. That makes it easy then. Thank you. And that means that I get to ask you my question that I ask everyone every week, or second to last question, which is, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? My caveat is always that it does not need to be interesting to anybody else but you. Just something that you think is interesting, because chances are, as I will probably think that it is interesting too. And Zach says, the 6 has already made me cry twice. Oh my God, you just started it. Half happy tear for the achievements of women going to space, half sad tears for the current state of the world trying to drag us back to the dark ages. I can only imagine, because I don't know when that book was published, so I don't know if it was kind of written in a more hopeful manner of like, look at everything that we can accomplish. I still am choosing to believe that as we move forward in the world, there are still going to be a lot of really wonderful things that women get included in, and that, you know, we can show our collective accomplishments of, you know, everything we can do. I think, funny enough, I think the movie Hidden Figures did a really good job to kind of express that to people where previously nobody ever talked about it. You know, like we talk about like modern inventions and like modern women who have like been successful, but oftentimes we don't talk about people from history unless they were royalty. So, when I saw that film, like that really spoke to me, and I know that it's based off of a book, and I need to read the book too. But I hope the Six ends up being a really fantastic, like, story about these women. Because if you end up really liking it, I might pick that up too. I'm not super huge into nonfiction, but I do still read some, like, small amounts of nonfiction. So if you end up thinking I would like it, just let me know. You said not sure, but it's a fairly new book. Okay. Fairly new. Probably still not published before the last year though, if I had to take a guess. I don't know. Let me see. I'm curious. All right. When was The Six published? Hmm. I don't know. I keep getting I keep getting Daisy Jones and the Six, Six the musical, and the Six a dark psychological thriller. I don't want either of those or any of them, so that didn't work out very well. I tried. Skeleton says, I learned that the trans rights readathon starts today. Oh, cool. Are you going to participate in that, Skeleton? Because that sounds really cool. That honestly sounds like something I would participate in if I were doing any readathons. Right now, the only thing I can focus on that is remotely structured is my book club, Cat and I's book club. I can't dedicate myself to anything else right now, but I would totally do that one. And Robert says, I went out at night to get smash burger for my daughter and I. Did I miss any questions? Well, did you answer the one about whether or not puppets are creepy? And you need to let us know if you would rather only be able to talk to your pets or for your pets to be able to only talk to you, but everyone thinks you're crazy. There you go. Also, smash burger sounds really good right now, and I'm kind of jealous. My my body, even though I have been craving healthier foods because I've been trying to cut out like a lot of greasy foods, I still have those moments where it hits me where it's like, oh man, burger right now. Burger sounds really good. Let's see. Yeah, Robert, it looks like I think the last thing I have from you is when you put in the chat to hit the like button. So that was a while ago. And Zach says September 6th, 2023. Okay. Yeah. You're right. Relatively recent. Still not recent enough, but relatively recent. And Skeleton says, yes, trying to gather the energy to post something. All right. Perfect. That's cool. Hope you, and whatever you end up picking to read, let me know because I probably would be interested in that. All right. So I've given you all your next question, and we're going to head into our last, like, full 45-minute sprint of the evening, and then we're going to do one 30-minute sprint after that. Skeleton says, I interpreted it as talking only to my pet and no people, but my husband is nearly deaf, so I text him. Oh, yeah. Well, the first part of that question is whether you only can talk to your pet, which is as you interpreted it, and then the second one is just if your pet could talk only to you, but everybody thinks you're crazy. So you interpreted that correctly. Did I say it differently that last time? I apologize if I did, because you were right. But I will go ahead and get us started here. I wish everybody happy sprinting, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye. Enjoy the forest. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 34 in the Golden Spoon. So moving right along. It really is moving pretty quickly. And I didn't realize all of the character perspectives that we were going to get, but that's something that I like. And so far, I think the characters are interesting that we've been introduced to. And I'm curious which one is going to be my favorite. Right now, of the people that I've met, my favorite is probably Peter Geller, who is an architect by trade and like restores old buildings. Right? I don't know whether he's actually an architect or he only specializes in the restoration of old buildings, but he's kind of comes across as like a country bumpkin who like learned how to bake because he wanted to be able to bake for his husband and his their adopted daughter to like provide them treats and just like bring some joy to their family. And I'm like, oh, but the fun part of this is like the very first chapter, the woman who's hosting this, show, it's at her home. She's like, yeah, we vet these people to within an inch of their life because we want everybody who comes on the show to be a nice person. And what's great about it is so far it seems like everybody is a nice person. And I think that that's a really cool element to add to the story because it also makes people likable. And if they're likable, you don't suspect them of being a murderer. So that's cool. That's fun. Anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question was something you've learned over the last week that was interesting. Could be something that you just learned about or you learned about a week ago. Only has to be interesting to you. That's the only thing that matters. I will go first. What I learned that was interesting was The Year of Wonders by Geraldine Brooks was actually based off of a real village. So, to give you a little backstory on Year of Wonders, the main premise of the book is it's taking place during the plague in the 1600s, and there's this small little village of like 340 people, and the plague arrives at their village, and the priest, or the pastor, I should say, who is over the village makes a pact with everybody and they decide that they're all going to shut themselves off from the outside world in order to contain the plague. And so it's like this huge commitment that they make, and it lasts for an entire year before the town is like opened back up again. And so the story is about all the, the fictional trials and tribulations that they went through, but it's based off of real events. And the number of deaths that happen in the book are the number of deaths that happened in real life. And I obviously knew that the plague was a real thing, but the fact that there was an actual village in England, and it was called it's not pronounced the way that it's spelled, but it's called Eyam. The village of Eyam was a real place who they actually dedicated themselves to like try to prevent the spread of plague throughout the rest of the country, is a pretty amazing thing. So I just wanted to share that. I liked that a lot. And let's see what you all had to say. Swank says, I made sure to write this down so I'd remember. Panda bears do a handstand when they pee. I've never heard that. That's very funny. Huh. Interesting fact. Zach says, the thing I learned this week is technically cucumbers are melons. They're much closer related to cantaloupe than zucchini. How interesting. That's really that's super funny because of how similar zucchini and cucumbers look. So pickles are technically pickled melon. Also, technically, melons are berries. So you're telling me that a cucumber is the third cousin of the berry. That's what we'll say. That's fun. Zach says, books keep making me play my favorite ladies in space songs. Ghost by Zendaria, Faster Than Light by Unleash the Arches, My Halo by Ad Infinitum. Why can't I say anything tonight? Ad Infinitum. There we go. Depths by Seven Spires, Crusade for the Sun by Rage of Light. Those are all really cool names, both for songs and for the names of the band. I like it. Thank you for sharing. And Jamie, hello, Jamie. Good to see you. Jamie says, hi, Alex. Hi, everyone. My interesting thing, the Section 230 thing in the news that deals with social media platforms, liability, and content moderation is from 1996. I expected it to be more recent. That is extremely interesting. Like, what social media did they have in 1996? Oh, I guess MySpace, was that a thing in the 90s, or was that more of an early 2000s thing? I never had a MySpace, so I genuinely don't know. You said, I was watching the AOC Sanders event live stream so far this afternoon, so not much reading yet. I'm resuming Cage of Souls by Adrian Tchaikovsky at 44% now. Very nice. Another Adrian Tchaikovsky. Hope you're liking it so far. And Skeleton says, Denver or Greeley, I hope the turnout was good. I'm talking to Jamie. And Jamie says, Denver, 30,000 people in person, plus about 8,000 watching the live stream. Oh, wow. That's a lot. Robert says, what I learned, Deliverance by James Dickey was a highly regarded award-winning poet. Huh. Okay. I don't know much about poets or poetry. I probably have mentioned that on my channel before, and somebody's going to consider me to be unlearned swine, and that is perfectly acceptable. I have never liked poetry. I realized at a super, super early age, like we're talking, I don't know, late elementary, early middle school years, that I am a very literal person when I read things. And so whenever I had English classes where we needed to interpret poetry, I struggled with it horrifically because I just wanted to take the message as it was written and I didn't want to read between the lines, which is funny because if you take like a mystery book, I'm pretty good at reading between the lines. I'm a pretty good guesser as to things that might come later. I'm not always accurate, of course, but there's sometimes I've been like right on the money. Poetry is not that way to me because I don't understand the cadence. I don't understand like the different ways in which it is meant to be written, and especially I don't understand the cadence in which it's meant to be read. Like people who read poetry out loud, I have often wondered, I'm like, how do you figure out how that's supposed to be said to where it sounds and flows the best? I don't understand that, and I know that sounds so funny, but I have never liked poetry for that reason, and that will probably never change. And Skeleton says, reading this book, I'm thinking it's time to move to some place that has fresh water. And Jamie says, we did have MySpace in the late 1990s in various text-based group chat things. Okay. Okay, well, at least I was right about the time frame of MySpace, because, yeah, I wasn't allowed to have anything like that. So I knew that they existed, but I couldn't interact. So it makes it difficult for me to know at what time periods like certain things started. It was amazing that I was even allowed to have a Facebook when that became popular. And Zach said, almost all of our problems with the media can be traced back to the 90s. The 1996 Copyright Act and of the 1998 Telecommunications Act completely screwed us. Well, the only, I guess I should say, like a big part of social media and liability that I know about is with regards to like DMCA takedown notices. So I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. I didn't know which acts they came from or like which laws that were passed or where they came from or how long ago they were, but I do know about like takedown notices. So I think that's what these are. You can let me know if I'm wrong. Skeleton says, I was going to go to Greeley, but I can't say I wasn't worried about violence. That is fair. Jamie says, my brain is really bad at symbolism, always has been, so I am also not a fan of poetry. I can appreciate the structures of poems, but they are not fun for me. Yeah, I don't even like the structure of poetry. This is going to sound super stupid, okay? Bear with me. Poetry that rhymes makes more sense to me because I can hear the way that it's supposed to be read. Poetry that has no rhyme scheme, it's impossible for me to understand the way that it's supposed to flow. And that drives me up a wall. It makes me very irritated. So, yeah, I'll just stick with my literal interpretations. I don't even mind flowery language, like I can deal with symbolism. But I guess looking back, when I was growing up and, we had to talk about like the symbolism of Lord of the Flies and things like that. I did used to get kind of irritated with that too, because I'm like, why can't you just take it literally? Why can't you just take it as the way that it's written? Why does everything have to be a symbol? And of course, I now recognize the importance of symbolism in stories, but there have definitely been moments that I still feel like I've missed something. Like other people make a bigger deal about something than the way that I interpreted it, and I'm like, well, I might have missed the symbolism and I didn't realize it. Emily says, intrigued by concussion, learned in the 1960s Nigeria had a civil war, ended in the 70s. In the 1990s, an election occurred and a grassroots leader won and was imprisoned for political reasons. Oh my. I don't know anything about that. Elena says 161 pages and 10 chapters read, 11 more chapters and 42% into my book. Woo! That's great. Zach says, not sure if it's that specifically. The main thing is it lets companies like Disney hold on to stuff forever. And the second one is giant media conglomerates controlling the narrative. Oh, then no, that's not what I'm talking about. But I understand that Disney, they have IPs that are becoming, public domain now. Like Steamboat Willie, famously just became part of like public domain. So, I mean, they really can't hold on to stuff forever, but they can hold on to stuff for a long time, the longer in a lot of cases than the lifespan of some people, if that's what you mean. And you said extra ironic because Disney made all of its money back then from public domain stories litigious. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Sorry, I did not read that correctly, Zach. Extra ironic because Disney made all of its money back then from public domain stories litigious. Okay. Yeah, all of the, Grimm fairy tales and everything and how they became popular for those and they're still making money off of them today. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. And now they probably own the rights to at least the way that they interpret them. And Skeleton says, much poetry is meant to be spoken. I went to the slam poetry finals one year and it was amazing. I mean, if I can hear the poetry from somebody who wrote it and I can hear the way that it was intended to be said, that might change things for me, but I don't enjoy written poetry for that reason. Lena says, just had sausage and onion sandwich, and to drink I had Snapple peach tea. Oh, Snapple. Nobody talks about Snapple anymore. I used to love the apple Snapple. That was my favorite. Jamie says Section 230 is what makes platforms not liable for the speech of users on those platforms and also protects moderators so we don't get sued for censorship when we remove troll posts. Okay. So what the DMCA thing must come later. That must be something that happens a lot later. So good to know. Thank you. Swang says, what about haiku? Haiku is haiku is interesting because of how limited the form is and how you're trying to say so much in such a little. Why use many word when few word do? That's kind of what that makes me think of. And I understand haikus, the what is it, 575 scheme for syllables. And I do think some people can make really beautiful haikus, but when I was in school and we learned about haikus, the teacher made us write them and then she graded us on them. And I could not understand if I met the 575 scheme, why I would not automatically get an A. But she was very critical of our poetry. And I'm like, how can you be critical of poetry? That was another thing I didn't understand. How do you become a critic of poetry? I don't know, because I personally feel like I've read a lot of bad poetry and those poems were published. So, who gets to decide that? And Zach says, not forever, but longer. then that's fair or reasonable. Okay, yeah, so just talking about like 100 years. That's a long time. Elena says, "Can we go an hour? I need to finish my book." No, I'm sorry. I always do it where I end on 30 minutes, and I don't think I can go another hour, unfortunately. But I do hope that after the half hour, you can give yourself another half hour to finish your book. And Emily says, "I don't like reading poetry. I do love listening to poetry. Lyrics, after all, is just poetry to music." Okay, you make a good point. You make a very good point. That is actually something I have struggled with before, because you're not the first person to say that to me, because I love music and I love listening to music and kind of listening to the lyrics and let them wash over me and understand exactly what the artist is trying to say. I think the difference in music is not always, but a lot of people speak plainly in their music. And so they're saying exactly what they mean. I would say that the genre of music that the lyrics are the most confusing is rap, only because there is so much that they fit in like one line can have so much meaning all at once. Take any Kendrick Lamar song and you could write a dissertation on it. You know what I mean? Because there's just he has thought about every single word that he wants to put into a song and the significance that it has in that particular line. And so those like Kendrick Lamar's music, for example, I appreciate it because of the thought that went into it. Other music I appreciate because of its simplicity. But at the same time, I also wouldn't argue that I understand every song that I love. Any person who ever grew up listening to a song and they loved it, and then when they were an adult, they heard it again, and then they realized what the lyrics were actually saying, knows that feeling. And that happened to me a lot. My mom played a ton of like 70s, 80s, 90s music when I was growing up, a lot of 80s, ton of 80s music. And there were some songs in there that were not appropriate for me to be listening to, and I would happily sing along with. And it wasn't until much, much later that I went, my mom let me sing that. As long as it didn't have a curse word, it was allowed. And Elena says, "That's okay. Well, thank you for your understanding." And Skeleton says, "I'm weird. I can write poetry and I can compose music, but I always fail at songwriting." Songwriting is a special blend. I could never do it, and I am very comfortable with saying I could never do it, but I also don't have a desire to learn that. So that there's that. Jimmy says, "The one poem I liked in high school, The Bells by Edgar Allan Poe, is apparently not a very good poem according to critics. No idea what makes it not so good." Well, that's the thing, is if it spoke to you, then it's good. That's my feeling about it. It's honestly the same way that I feel about books. Like, I've read some books that I would say they're some of the greatest I've ever read, and I go and I can read some terrible reviews of them by people who I think missed the point, right? Comically missed the point. But then I know that there's books that I've given really bad reviews that other people would say that I missed the point. So really, it's about whatever speaks to you. Just be happy. Skeleton says, "My middle school teacher made us write limericks." I'm pretty sure I had to do that too. And I hated it. I refused to write any rhyming poetry until I learned about poison teas. I don't know what poison teas are, but that sounds cool. Sounds neat. Zach says, haiku, I just made up. "A spark ignites fire, burn the dead rotten machine, cleanse unworthy structures." That's a good political haiku. And Angela says, "Some poetry is open to your own interpretation." I completely agree with that. And I think that it should be. The problem for me comes when I was in school, this seriously happened to me. I was in English, we're reading a poem, and I interpreted it one way, and the teacher flat out told me I was wrong. Just wrong. And that was when I got really frustrated, because I'm like, but I don't see what you're trying to tell me. So how do I know whether I'm interpreting it correctly or not. And there's no answer to that. So, I appreciate you all understanding my irritation with poetry because I've said that before to some people where it's like, yeah, I just don't like poetry. And they look at me like I have no class. It's like, not every like form of media can be something that everybody will enjoy. And that just so happens to be the one that I do not. But I'll listen to music all day long. And we're at the end of our comments here, which means that it will be time for us to do our final sprint of 30 minutes. So I'm going to get that updated here. And I also am going to ask you all the final question I have for you that I ask every week, which is what is something you've learned over the last week or not? I just did that one. Sorry. My last question is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be something big or small, something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did a week ago, like right after the last time that we met. I just want to hear something that you are proud of. Angela says, I stopped asking Google what the poet or the songwriter was really writing about because it started ruining it for me. I don't blame you. Skeleton says, a poison tea is a darkly humorous quatrain featuring a specific meter. Rhyme scheme is usually a bab or, ABAB or ABCB. Okay. I understand the words quatrain, meter, and the ABAB and ABCB. I cannot. Every time somebody says the meter of a poem, or they're like, "Oh, it's a limerick or a quatrain or anything like that," I immediately have no idea what's going on. So forgive me for that. I will own up any day of the week to my own ignorance. More than happy to tell people what I don't know, and I do not know that. And Elena says 260 more pages to go. You can do it. Even if you don't complete it in this half hour, you can do it tonight, I believe. All right. I will get us going then so that everybody can do some more reading in their books. I am potentially going to do some more reading. Still feeling quite tired, although I am more awake thanks to the coffee. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to wish everybody a very happy final sprint. Let me know the thing that you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of, and I will talk to you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come back from the last sprint of the evening and let me know how you did. I didn't do any reading during that sprint. My eyes are tired, my brain's tired, my body's tired, everything's tired. So I just decided to let myself do what I don't try to do very often, which is that I just scrolled on my phone for a little bit to kind of decompress. And I wanted to share, I just learned something really interesting, which was that if you get 2 whole gallons of maple sap and you try to reduce it down into maple syrup, at the end of the 2 gallons, you're only going to be left with about 4 ounces of maple syrup. That's how much water is in maple sap, which I think is just fascinating. It's wild. Stuff like that I think is really cool. Anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question, was one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? So I want to see what y'all had to say. Let's see. Skeleton, you were talking earlier about your poison teas, and you said, oh, and the first line must contain at least one poisoned beverage. Well, that makes sense for the name. Zach says, my haiku could also be taken personally to get rid of irrational ideas. All right. Skeleton says she poisoned their potions. She poisoned their ales. This barmaid was done with their sass. She'd show these adventurers what happens when you pinch NPCs on the ass. You know what? I like it. That's a poem I can get behind. Skeleton says, I'm proud of myself for digging up my Storygraph login from the beta and going in and cleaning it up. I've already entered back to the beginning of January now, but no ratings or reviews yet. Well, good job on you for, putting in all of that data and information, because when you get behind on that stuff, it can be really difficult to get caught up. I understand. So good on you. Elena said, made it to bronze medal 100%. So next week I will do my rowing, maybe 100 calories. Woohoo! Very nice. Zach says, another one, fear thrives in shadow. The unknown nourishes dread. Take control and shine. I like that. That speaks to me with my anxiety, since I do have generalized anxiety. So I like that one. Very nice, Zach. Look at everybody showing me their poetry prowess. Say that 10 times fast. Swank says, I called my bank about some fraudulent charges and got my money back. Yeah. And I had to use the phone and had to talk to a human. Big deal to me. Very proud of you, Swank. Way to go. Awesome job. I know that is stressful and scary. Angela says, I ended up texting through that whole sprint with my daughter. Thanks for the sprints tonight. I made it to 32% of my book. Awesome job. And I hope you had a wonderful time talking with your daughter. I don't know if I got to tell you all last time, but I'm really proud because I paid off my roof, and I paid it off early, so I didn't have to pay any interest on it, which made me really happy. That was my main goal, is like, I despise paying interest with a passion. So I did that. And then just because of all the stress that I had from last Friday, I'm proud of myself that I called someone that's higher up in the organization of my business unit to ask them questions about the information that I was given that had me so stressed out about my job. And that was how I found out that everything is actually okay and that I didn't have anything to worry about. It was just a big miscommunication, a big misunderstanding. And for me, that was a big deal because the person that I called, I don't call about things because I feel like whenever I call, I'm an awkward potato. And I also am not a dramatic person. And I feel like calling to ask questions makes me appear dramatic. So that was super stressful for me, but I did it, and I ended up feeling better about my entire week because of that. So I'm really glad for that. So I'll take my win. And Jamie says, I got to 48% in Cage of Souls. Very nice. And Elena said 189 pages in and 49%, 61 more percent till I finish with the book. Very nice. You're doing it. You're getting through. Zach says, I'm sure there's something else that isn't coming to mind, but I guess I'll go with I had a very good reading week. Hey, that's great. I love that. Kathy says, I prioritized my self-care this week, and I also tackled my to-do list of things that are easy, but I put off. Very nice. I know how hard that can be to do. So great job on both accounts. And Elena says, thank you, Alex, for the sprint. See you next Friday afternoon. Yeah, sounds great. Thank you very much for coming, Elena. It was wonderful to see you. Robert says, great news with the job. Yeah, thank you. Nothing is more terrifying when it comes to your work than people being ambiguous about whether or not you're needed. That's a horrible feeling. And so I basically just got reassurance from somebody that they were like, no, we love you. We don't want you to go. It's like, yay, that's awesome. I'll take it. Robert says, hydrate and the stream with a drink. Oh, good point. Drinking my water. There you go. Everybody, I hope you took a sip of something hydrating. If you're drinking a beer too, I'm not going to look twice. Jamie said, I made progress on a crochet project that has been languishing for about a year. That's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. I too am taking a break right now on my knitting stuff because I put so much mental energy into it when I was doing it. And I now am very focused on like hiking and going outside. And I realize that I only have the mental energy to hyperfixate on one thing at a time. I've been that way for many, many years. Probably my entire life is just something I realized as an adult. And so my current hyperfixation is about like just being healthy and, you know, getting out and exercising. So that's what I'm doing right now. So good job on you for coming back to a project because that can be really hard. And Emily said, thanks for the sprints. Have a good weekend, all. You as well, Emily. So hopefully see you next week. Swank says, thanks for the sprints, and you are most welcome. Hope to see you next week as well, Swank. And to everyone else, I really hope that this was a productive and good time for you, that you enjoyed the conversation, and just happy to have spent another week with all of you. So thank you so much for your time, as always, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Robert says, have a great evening. Thank you for sprints. Thank you, Robert. I will see you next week. Skeleton says, thanks for sprints and chat. Thank you for coming. It's wonderful to have you here regularly, Skeleton. And good night to you all.